Hello, beautiful people.
God, my mic. Whatever. I was yapping for like a minute, and then I realized I was muted. God damn it. My computer fucking auto updated last night, and whenever my computer restarts, for some reason OBS stops recognizing my default audio devices. Annoying, but it is what it is, I guess. Hello, Zaj. Hey, chat. Hello, Bill Tree. How do you do, chat? Anyways, I was fucking yapping to the air like an NPC while muted. I fucking hate snow. Okay, I'm an old I'm a fucking jilted and bitter old man. Okay. I see that it's snowing outside, and my first thought is not, ooh, the wonders of nature. I sure do love the immaculate landscape before me. No. My first thought is, God fucking damn it, I hate shoveling. I'm the Grinch. Exactly. Alright? I am the Grinch, okay? Is shoveling good exercise? It's annoying exercise. It just hurts your back? Yeah. It's like... Yeah. It's really easy to hurt your back when you're shoveling. Snow's heavy, man. Is it snowing right now in your region? Are you trying to fucking figure out where I live, bucko? You're gonna go outside my house? Turn green with a cigarette in your mouth and say "ta"? Is that what you're trying to do? You think I don't? You think I don't? You think I don't see you? Huh? Standing outside my house with a cigarette in your mouth? You think I don't see you? Go away. You're not welcome here. Actually, I quit smoking 9 months ago. Damn. Congratulations. Is it a boy or a girl? True! Anyways. What day of the week are we? Or Tuesday. Have I done my weeklies yesterday? Ooh. Okay, chat, you guys think I'm gonna die to this boss again like I did last week? Yes? Oh, I didn't... Oh, I'm not on fucking TDDS.
Time to buckle down.
Am I not in range? I'm not in range. It's a bit frustrating. Oh well. Oh well. You're gonna get 3 for a 3rd week in a row, do you guys think? Yeah. But I'll take that. Sword billet, solvent, EM instructor piece with ER. Yeah, we take those. Gladly take those, even. This is very annoying. Yeah, whatever. Okay, let's do... Let's just do this.
I have high hopes for this journey.
All right.
I have high hopes for this journey.
Afraid? Or do you not even have
Okay, this voice line tilts me every time I hear it, man. Like, what do you mean, courage to be afraid? Why would it take courage to be afraid, you fucking idiot?
Now that's more like it. With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of purity.
Her the fucking idiot.
Spare your energy. Running is of little use. With these rising flames,
bow your head.
Easy.
kindness is the seared away. My blade is all that remains.
Time to shine. Get to work.
Silence.
Suntown is only the beginning.
Alright. I was thinking about making a voiceover for your videos in Russian due to lack of detailed videos about niche characters in that language. Do I need your approval? Yeah, you can do whatever you want. I don't mind that. That was garbage. That's fine though. Happens. Dubbed ZAJEF greater than sub ZAJEF. True. All right. Wow, Nvidia gameplay. You know, okay, fine. I'll play Malika instead if you'd prefer. You know, I'm all for playing underutilized characters like Malika instead of Nvidia.
Gonna be epic.
I need to make sure she's back on the right build though. Good enough.
Everybody stand, show no mercy.
Well, look at the
Suffer the
IANSAN and VARESA changes for real today, by the way. Also, nice crit loser. I should put her on the crit flower. If I can be at 100 crit. Yeah. Are there changes? Klugi. Wow. Oh! Wait! Chad, that could be an upgrade? This is the one, chat. This is the one. Is gonna roll crit here. You're gonna be like, oh my god, I'm pogging. Okay. Please dodge the HP. Please, I'm begging you. I'm on my knees. Just please. It's a side grade, I guess. It's kind of an upgrade, though.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is fulfill our path. Keep lobbying.
Oh, man. That's disappointment. Disappointment materialized.
I'm going in. Get to work. You two. Tight wrap of the sky.
Why didn't you put Lali on 4-piece scrolls? Okay, what? Is she not on? Oh. That's a good question. It's fine. I guess I locked that. I don't know about HB Goblet on Milani, but like...
Teamwork is show no mercy. Keep lolling. Keep
I guess it's not bad.
blazing sun.
HB Goblet is good with Furina. Oh, Furina. Insane. I got that feather today, not sure how I feel about it. I mean... It's a good fucking feather. Congrats, I guess. You're so talented. You got a 9-roll feather. You're so good. Goodness. How talented and smart you are. Yeah, we need this specific emote for this situation. I agree. Bro.
Add as. Thank you for add as.
Bro. Like, dude. Don't know how to feel about it, he says. Okay, man. Hmm. Why is there a snake? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean this? Oh yeah, I guess I had never noticed that before. Huh. Why is there a snake? Huh. Lore? Think I care about lore? Alright, chat, let's do it a bit clear. Who should we play? What do you want from me, chat? What do you want? I will abide by your wishes as long as it's not Molani or Sino. Chow. We could do Chow. Sure. Let's do Chow. The fuck is he on that? What Chow team should we do, though? Do we do the Final Fantasy 20 team? Where's Veresa? Here she is. Definitely need to fav it up. Alright, what do we play on the other side? Technari? I don't know about that. Superconduct, no. Pricey Lily Arlecchino only? There's no point to that, though. Ito don't have him. Fermine, he's level 20. Hu Tao Mel? That's too stuff for me, man. Yol Burgeon? No. Lenny, please. We could, but meh. Revmelt Rosaria. What if I play more TF Chlorine? TFJ. I'm an idiot. No one saw that. Can you eat, please? These specific enemies are really annoying for this team because they just stay in the air forever.
for the wicked.
By royal decree.
Midnight vengeance.
Hunt them down. Loaded.
Row. Odds,
Bring it. Ready.
Wow. When are you ult on Klein? Klein's ult is kind of DPS neutral-ish when she's on TF.
strike a pose. Time to shine.
Make way for the objective.
Conquering. Worthless. Here. Here. Worthless.
Ears of the storm. Dare to yoo-hoo. Let my name echo in some.
Seize the sky.
Lament. Worthless.
What? I think I didn't see the number on my screen, but I'm pretty sure I didn't crit because I'm pretty sure if I did, he would have died.
Have fun with this gift. Strike a pose. Let the world know.
The thing is, I have like 95% crit, so that's not supposed to happen.
By royal. Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
Loaded.
As you wish, me.
Let the mountain face boil. Row.
Into the shadows.
Odds. This may hurt a little.
Ruler. Shoot on sight. Ready.
Okay, fuck you, man.
Midnight fantastic. Row.
Alright.
Ears of the storm. We'll see. Let my name echo in song.
Riveting. Seize the sky.
Lament. Here. Worthless.
I guess I can't get collision plunges because we got dog shit fucking grouping RNG. Like, pretty much as bad as it gets.
Keeps its course. Time to shine.
Jesus Christ.
Stray cloud confirmed.
Disappear. Worthless. Here. Worthless. 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 Here. Worthless.
Have fun with this gift.
Eh, it's fine. It worked out, I guess.
By royal.
Bring it.
This may hurt a little. The temple of wisdom.
Into the shadows.
Committed to memory. Shadow raven.
Loaded.
Odds.
Hear the
got bad RNG there.
By royal. Letting brave names echo. Wings of
Into the shadows.
It's okay though. It happens. Alright! Losing Dendrop with Nahida is honestly insane. I mean, he self-applies Hydro. And our only source of off-field Dendro app is Nahida, but in order for Nahida to apply Dendro, you need to proc a reaction. And if all the elements we're applying is Electro, we can't trigger a reaction, so she just stops applying because of his fucking loser-ass behavior. Alright, what do you want me to do about that, huh? This boss is just on? Yeah, it is. Alright, chat. What should we do? Let's do some fucking... Let's do some leakers, yeah. Fuck it. Alright, let's actually look at the changes properly. So... They changed the wording on this. I wonder if they also changed how it works. I don't think so, though. And then the rest of the changes is just the things we already knew, right? So there's no changes, yeah. And there's no changes to IANSAN either, right? Yeah. What a fulfilling leak. Yeah, I know. Maybe it's time to record the pre-release. Actually, no. We'll do Furina Ask Zajef, I think. Let me go to my YouTube community tab. Hello, beautiful people. And rejoice! Furina's rerun is here.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
If you have any questions related to her, I'll be recording the Furina Ask Zajef today on stream. So come ask your questions there. Link in the replies. But before we start recording the Furina Ask Zajef, now that we've told YouTube about it, let's do the stall. What do you mean advertisement? Ah, the fuck? What's wrong with my ad block?
God should
Ew.
horizons in the world below.
No more uBlock? Oh shit, you're right, huh? Oh boy. You can just turn ublog back on. You can. Whatever. We stare, we pound, and we zilch. Okay, okay.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow.
Hmm. Hmm. What could the last letter even be? Maybe a Y? A K? Check? Yeah. Oh my god. Secretly includes on an email chain. Oh. What the fuck is it called again? Is it HCCs? No. I'm pretty sure it's something CCs, though. I don't know what the first letter is. Everything good? I don't know. Big name and non-dairy milk. I don't think it's silk. That's 4 letters, so I don't know. Food informally. Grub. Game in which you might have to find something blue. I Spy. Pigs with tusks. 4s? Slice or dice? That's Renekton's skill, slice, and dice. True. Cut up. Cheese mixed with Monterey Jacks and an orange and white speckled block. No clue. But the lens of a telescope faces the sky. Teacher of meditative poses. Yogi? You okay? Okay, I don't know what this is supposed to be or what this is supposed to be. I'm gonna guess L. Oatly, Colby. Maybe these are things? Yeah, they are. Okay, huge. Easy clap. Let's do the Genshin duel before we get started on the Ask Zajef Furina. Kea! It's not a balls day. Cryo released long after. Let's try Risley. Oh my god, I'm getting assaulted by ads. It's Charlotte. Even though the rain has stopped. Okay, dude, I need to get myself an ad block. What the fuck is going on, dude? Oh god, I never realized how bad it was. Jesus Christ. Oh no, chat. I clicked on the blue button notification earlier today and I removed uBlock, and you can't re-add it if you've removed it. Oh no. I tried another, instead of uBlock Origin, I just used uBlock, and it seems like it's working here at least. Whatever, it is what it is. Even though the rain has stopped, you still need to watch out for puddles. Just like how the past stays in the memory long after... sorry. Who the fuck is that? Why is there so much melancholy in this quote? Damn. I see. It was a play on words. It was melancholy, not melancholy. I see. That's crazy. Isn't that Baiju? Yeah. Is it a bald day? It's not a bald day. It's never a bald day. Released long after bald. Try a glug glug glug. Oh. It's a recent lightning character. Who's a recent lightning character? Even. Triby's Quantum, I think. Rappa's Imaginary. Mose. It could be Mose. It's Mose. Damn, that's crazy. Can't sleep? I understand. Inspiration always comes knocking in the small hours. It's hard to ignore, right? Who else would yap about inspiration? Isn't that... What the fuck is that? Kinda looks like a butterfly. Not a butterfly. What if it's a firefly? Oh my god, it was. That's crazy. What the... I did not... I did not know her ult icon looked like this. What the hell? Hammer. What in the fuck? Is it Herda? Dude, I'm kind of the GOAT. What the fuck? Okay. 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 It's not a Bende. Let's try... Wasn't Billy. It is an attack character. Probably an old one. Not Fire. Not Bellabog. Not physical. Yeah. Easy clap. Easy clap! Holy. Am I the goat or what?
Light. And humans are the same. Except we call that light.
Alright, chat. I think it's time. So, you can all say hello to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to Furina Asks Zajef! Now, it has been a while since we had, our last Furina rerun. When was the last Furina rerun, chat? I don't wanna spread misinformation on YouTube. You know, I actually did spread misinformation on YouTube. Wait, that reminds me. I need to go 4.7. I guess it hasn't even been that long. I need to go pin a comment on my latest video, because I said something that was wrong. Hello. Shut up.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much? Boring. Isn't there anything else more?
Anyways. Important correction. Very important. Real. Mika's... Which one is it? Wait, am I an idiot? Okay, wait, actually, never mind. I gotta... check. Wait. Okay, never mind. I'll... Oh yeah, wait. Right, okay, that's the problem. Right. Sorry. Yeah, so... Yeah. Okay. Mika's Ascension 1 doesn't actually give a stack in single target. without constellations. Yeah, I don't need to say anything else. Whatever. We just pinned this. Alright. Okay, sorry for that, for the sidetrack. Don't include that on the video, by the way. That was not about Furina. Whatever. Anyways. But yeah, so as usual, for the Ask Zajef on the characters, I'm first going to talk about the characters' overall place in the meta, how good they are, how valuable they are for an account. And then I'll start taking questions from chat that are more specific to either builds, teams, anything else. If you want to ask any questions about this character, unfortunately, won't be included in the Ask Zajef if you're watching this on YouTube because it's already been recorded. But you're always free to come ask me questions on stream. Or join the Discord, ask your questions there. I don't really check the Discord all that often, but we have some very nice people there that will be happy to answer. We also have some mean people there. True. But if you want to ask questions that you think are, you would like to be included in future Acidiv videos, you can always make sure to keep an eye out for the community posts that I'll do here and there. I try to do a community post every time I record an Ask Zajef video. And, yeah, let's just get right into it. So, how good is Furina? Furina is kind of an interesting character in that a lot of people consider Furina to be the best unit in the game. Personally, I don't. But I don't think it's completely unreasonable. I think a lot of people consider Genshin's meta to be a lot more objective than it actually is. There are some things you can talk about objectively. Like, for example, what is the team that has the highest DPS with X assumptions, right? That's something where you can reach an objectively true or false, I guess, answer, right? But how good is that team isn't an objective statement anymore, right? You can objectively say how much DPS it has, but things like how that DPS happens over time, whether it's front-loaded, back-loaded, sustained, things like whether all your damage is concentrated in one big hit, which can lead to losing a lot of DPS through overkilling enemies. These are also things that can objectively be stated, but the impact of those things is subjective. How much those things matter, how much those things impact your experience playing the team, is a subjective statement, right? And because of that, any overall statement on how good a unit is are going to have a certain amount of subjectivity involved. And I want to insist on that point because while I disagree with people that say that Furina is the best unit in the game, I also want to make it very clear that Furina is definitely a unit that's strong enough that I think it's very reasonable to consider her the best unit in the game if the specific things you care about are not exactly the same as the specific things I care about. The biggest thing that prevents me from thinking of Furina as the best unit in the game is okay, how do I explain this well? I gotta fucking organize my thoughts properly. Yeah. I guess in order to talk about Furina's place in the meta, I think it's really important to talk about how the meta has evolved since the start of Genshin. So, when Genshin started, we didn't have really good on-fielders, right? At the very, very start of Genshin, pretty much all the only teams that we have that weren't awful were National, and that's it, pretty much. National was really good, and everything else was kind of dog shit in comparison. Right, in 1.0, you really didn't have that much that you could do. On top of that, if you did National on one side, your other side was scuffed as all hell. After a bit of time, right, we got Child as a side grade / potential upgrade to National, followed by Ganyu. And back then, Freeze was really good, and enemies were very ventiable. So for a while, there was the Freeze Ganyu team, the Morgana team that was fairly popular. And then Hu Tao's release created a situation where you now finally had two good teams that weren't reliant on Freeze, right? You were now able to do a Child team with Child, Bennett, Suko, Xiangling, and a Hu Tao team with Hu Tao, Sing Tao, and then kind of double flex. The most popular one at the time was Zhongli Albedo. In my eyes, neither of those teams hold much of a candle to the OG Sucrose national team. But the OG Sucrose national team, at least back then, didn't allow for you to have a good second side.
Silly churl Bill. Silly churl Bill.
With more unit releases, Kazuha provided some potential upgrades to those teams. Ayaka provided you with the freeze teams that was just generally outright better than Ganyu's freeze teams. And eventually, Raiden's release also gave us some more team options. And by the later half of Inazuma, we finally properly had units that allowed you to make two good teams. And then they released Dendro. And Dendro shook things up a lot. Dendro gave us teams that could reach similar, if not higher DPS than the teams that we'd previously had, while also being a lot easier to play and being able to reach a larger portion of that damage at low investment. Back then, back in 1.0, up to Dendro release and for a while after, I considered the best unit in the game to be Singto. Because the best teams in the game pretty much all used Singto. If you look at carries released back then, right? There wasn't really a carry that was released that relied on a unit that wasn't Singto, that had a team that was really, in my eyes, better than what National was. And then when Dendro came out, that was even more the case, because there was now a team that could be argued to be outright better than National, but it was fucking double Hydro Hyper Bloom with Singto again. Had Furina been released back then, she would have been worse than Singto, because really, none of the units we had back then were that great with her, and really great enough to beat out the good Hyper Bloom teams. But then at the start of Fontaine, we started getting some carries that were actually good enough to properly compete with Hyper Bloom. Most of them still doing a bit less damage than Hyper Bloom at standards that are usually used for like non-whale TC. But those standards are a bit on the low side compared to what like a min-maxed account, even a non-whale min-maxed account is. And obviously, the higher your artifact standards, the more teams outside of Hyper Bloom benefit compared to Hyper Bloom. Anyways, when Furina was released, in my eyes, the only team that could make a strong argument for Furina to be a contender with Singto as like the best off-field Hydro was Nevilet. Pretty much every other team where you could use Furina, she was good. But those teams, in my eyes, weren't really good enough to justify being better than the Singto teams. Outside of the Nevilet team. But then they started releasing more units that worked well with Furina. They released Navia, which, while Furina isn't necessarily her best team, Furina was one of the great options for her. They released Klein, same thing. They released Gaming, which at the time, yeah, Gaming's best team was with Furina. They released Xianyun, which allowed Diluc teams to be good with Furina as well. And because what was pretty much unequivocally the best carry in the game at the time, Nevilet, and a lot of the carries released right after Furina worked really well with her, it ended up impacting people's perception of her in a very, very positive way. People thought Furina was really, really good. And she was. She was pretty damn good. And now, we're in Natlan. And in Natlan, we've gotten a few character releases. And most of them work with Furina, but not that well. Molani can function with Furina, but because Furina applies off-field Hydro, a lot of the time, in practice, you'll end up getting your Vapes yoinked by Furina, so she doesn't end up being the best option for Molani teams. With Kanich, you can play Burgeon Kanich teams with Furina, but you're generally not going to get as many E's on your Burgeon Kanich teams versus your Burning Kanich teams. Please, Ahau, shut the fuck up. Jesus. Anyways, and so, while they are good teams, some of the value that Furina is providing is kind of alleviated by the fact that Kanich himself will be getting less of his value. And then Furina was pretty strong with Chaska, but immediately after Chaska's release, we got Citlali, who's just better. And while she can work with Furina, it's kind of optional with that. And we got Maoika, who also can work with Furina, but it's not anywhere close to her best team. On top of that, Citlali retroactively gave a lot of the carries that really liked Furina before new, arguably better team options. Pretty much all the plunge carries, at least the Pyro ones, want to use Lali over Furina now. And they can't use both because plunges shatter, and shatter takes precedence over melt when a Pyro attack hits a frozen enemy. Which means that unless they also have an underlying aura, which is kind of rough to get reliably, you'll shatter, and then your Pyro won't trigger a reaction. It'll apply Pyro, and yikes. But it wasn't just the melt teams. Or sorry, it wasn't just the plunge teams. Pretty much every melt team, or every Pyro carry that was good outside of Hu Tao now has a team with Lali that's at least competitive with Furina, if not just better. But then on top of that, even characters like Neuvillette are now a lot less reliant on Furina because, well, Furina is still very good for Neuvillette. She isn't necessary. It's something I've talked about for Neuvillette before, where when you're playing Furina and Neuvillette teams, effectively what you're doing is you're sacrificing a bit of damage on your Neuvillette to get the off-field damage from Furina. And that's generally worth it because Furina scales with the same stats as Neuvillette, so if you have buffs that buff the whole team instead of only the on-field character, if they buff Neuvillette, they will also buff Furina. But you are sacrificing personal damage. The value you get from Furina's damage buff and Hydro Resonance is generally worse than the upper limit you can get from getting a third stack on Neuvillette on a character that provides something useful for him. Does that mean that Furina is not Neuvillette's best team anymore? No, she still is. But the non-Furina teams now have a lot more options than they used to. Not that Neuvillette really needs a good team to function, but the point I'm trying to make here is just the meta has evolved in a way where Furina is like one of the, I guess, least necessary strong units, at least when it comes to the very powerful teams. When you look at what the really strong carries are in the game, I think most people will agree that the big ones are these three. And the gap between these three and the next ones is pretty big. Some people will want to include Molani in there. And I see why. Personally, I think that the quality of life issues are too big of a problem, but still. The reality is that Maoika teams are definitely far from optimal with Furina. Even with C1 Furina, the teams are worse than the C0, like, best Maoika teams. Same for Arlecchino. Neuvillette's best team is Furina, but Neuvillette is arguably the character who is the least reliant on the strength of his overall team to perform well. I know that a lot of people watch the ZAJEF Daily channel. It's not an official channel. It's just someone who posts stream highlights. But I was, they posted a video like a month or two ago. I'm not sure exactly when. About what I was talking on stream about what I consider to be the best 10 units in the game. And I had Neuvillette as the number 1 unit. And the main reason for that, the main reason why I said that at the time, the main reason why I still think that right now, is because, in my eyes, when it comes to how good a unit is, overall, right? Which, like I said at the start of this video, is a very subjective statement. The most important thing is how much their presence on your account gets you closer to getting your stars. How much them being on your account makes it easier to get 36 stars in Abyss. And outside of when Abyss is like heavily anti-Neuvillette, which was the case last Abyss, with the Swanee on one side and like Omega Night Soul single target on the other, Neuvillette, in my experience, tends to be the unit who single-handedly has the most impact compared to anyone else. There are many, many accounts that don't have Neuvillette that struggle to 36 star, where getting Neuvillette would make 36 stars trivial. There are many accounts that have Neuvillette, and that 36 star, where if they didn't have Neuvillette, they would struggle. And I think Neuvillette is the unit for which there's the most accounts that reach those two criteria. Or that fall into those two categories, rather. And a good portion of the reason for that is because of how well he performs with throwaway garbage you don't need on your other team. Yesterday on stream, and editors can include some fucking clips from that if they want for this part, I did a Neuvillette clear with this team on either side of this Abyss, which, keep in mind, right? This is not a good enemy for Neuvillette. 70% Hydro resistance is a lot. And we cleared. This Neuvillette is the character who's the easiest to make work in a random bullshit go, yeah. I was using units that an account that started on Lantern Rite with a Neuvillette could have literally gotten in a day. Right? Like guaranteed in a day. And the main reason I decided to use Lanyan is because I was too lazy to go to the Animo or the Mondstadt Statue of the Seven to get Animo MC. In any case, the point I'm trying to make here is just, while Furina is a part of Neuvillette's best teams, Neuvillette is arguably the carry who is the least reliant on being put in his best teams to perform well. Even a team that's pretty much as bad as it gets with throwaway units that don't have great synergy with him, just from getting VV and getting 3 stacks, he's kind of gonna be able to reach the Abyss DPS checks. Even in single target against a an enemy, a boss with high Hydra resistance. Although I will say, a new account won't be able to do that, because if the team that I used yesterday is the team you do, you will need a fast other side if you want the Swanee side to go well. But you can still understand the point, right? Obviously, if you were to play Nevilet like that, you would play him on the first side, not the second one, and you'd put your other team on the second side. Anyways, the reason why I think it's important to talk about this is because, in my eyes, Furina is a unit who is very good, but who has pull value that I think is very much overrated. Not because she doesn't help your account, but because generally the accounts that she helps already full star. Or right, she's if you're familiar with like pretty much any sort of game with a competitive scene, or at least even if it's not a competitive scene, just honestly the community of pretty much any game, you'll be familiar with the concept of a win more thing, right? A win more thing refers to something that helps you win, but only when you're in position where you're already winning. And win more things aren't inherently bad because they're win more, but they tend to have less overall value than things that are able to shift the situation from being unfavorable to favorable. That's not to say that Furina can't shift the situation, but that there are very few accounts, in my eyes, where Furina will be the unit that shifts things the most. Now, I've provided a lot of context for why I don't think Furina's the best unit in the game, but I don't want anyone watching this video to take away from it that I don't think Furina's good. The reason why I think it's important to provide this context as to why I don't consider Furina to be the best unit in the game is because I think it can be kind of harmful when units in a gacha game are overrated, when there's community a certain perception of the community of a unit being must pull. It's why I generally stay away from the concept of must pull, because it often makes people feel like they must pull. Obviously, that's what the fucking phrase says, right? But gacha games are inherently very predatory, and when you find yourself in a situation where everyone around you tells you that a unit is a must pull, but you don't have enough primos to get them without spending money, what you're effectively being told is you need to spend money in this game. And that's not a message I ever want anyone to get from any of my videos. In any case, now that I've provided the context I wanted to provide on how or why I don't consider Furina to be the best unit in the game, we can talk about the teams where she is doing a lot, right? So, while she is a unit who often doesn't provide too much value for a lot of the good carries. That doesn't mean she isn't part of any carry's best teams. She is part of, actually, quite a few. So, let's talk about them. Right? So, Neuvillette, like I said, right? Furina is part of Neuvillette's best teams. Your other two slots tend to be fairly versatile here. People generally prefer playing a team with VV plus Shilonen, or VV plus a defensive option, or VV on Lanyan plus Shilonen. With Citlali's release, we now also have Citlali as a potential option. If you have Neuvillette and you don't have Furina yet, and you're asking yourself, should I go for Furina? What are the teams that will, or what sort of situation will Furina not make that big of a difference in? I'd say that generally, if you already have something like these 3 units available, while Furina will improve the teams, she's far from necessary. I also think that people generally tend to really underrate a Hyper Bloom for Neuvillette. The reality is that once you have one source of shred, getting a second source of shred is a lot less effective. It's not bad. Shred is always better than not. Like, having a stat, any stat that increases your damage, is always better than not having it. But the most important source of shred by far is the first one. And I think people tend to heavily underrate teams like this, or with Kuki here. Same thing for this. Because the amount of damage you gain from the additional shred is good, but it's not as much as what you gain from the first source of shred. And the damage you get from having a bit of off-field Hyper Bloom damage is actually not that far behind. On top of that, that damage is less reliant on you not getting interrupted. So if you don't have a good shield option available, it's something to consider, for sure. There's also the forward vape Neuvillette teams, but in my eyes, that's really more of a speedrunning thing, and it's not something I generally like too much. I've been warming up a lot to this specific team lately. Because it's really comfortable. You've got the bare minimum of shred that makes a big difference. You get really good freeze up time. You get hyper blooms. You get super conduct. Yeah, I mean, listen, okay, they tripled super conduct damage lately. All right, with the recent reaction buffs in, what was it, 5.2, 5.1. And it's actually not insignificant anymore, which is funny, but I mean, it is what it is. Anyways, I've been kind of liking this team, as funny as it is. I mean, if you're starting from one of those Neuvillette teams that are like already pretty decent, getting Furina won't be that big of an upgrade. But it may allow you, if you're starting from this, for example, right? Any of these 3 units can be replaced for Furina, so if you want any of these 3 units on your other side, getting Furina will be able to free them up. Okay, who else is Furina, like, unequivocally part of their best teams. I guess next character I want to talk about is Hu Tao. Hu Tao is one of the characters that suffers a lot from being a 1.x character. Not because old character is bad, but because pre 2.0, characters were not released with signature artifact sets. And boy, is that a fucking problem for Hu Tao. Outside of Maréchaussée, Hu Tao's artifact sets are pretty god-awful. By default, you tend to generally either use Crimson Witch, which only gets one stack of the 4-piece, because she can only use her skill once, or Maréchaussée, which makes her burst less often, but arguably just as importantly, has a 2-piece that gives attack, which is not that great of a stat for Hu Tao. What that means is that... Oh wait, I said fucking... Okay. Shimenawa's, not Maréchaussée. Or Shimenawa's, which has a 2-piece that is really not that great, and which reduces the amount of burst you'll be able to use. Stop redeeming exercise redeem when I'm recording a video, man. That's just annoying. You know I'm not gonna do it. Anyways, Maréchaussée gives normal and charge attack damage, which is most of Hu Tao's damage, and a lot of crit. And Furina enabling Hu Tao to use Maréchaussée is a pretty big deal. If you look at recent characters, right? All the Natlan characters can use Obsidian. A lot of the Fontaine characters can already use Maréchaussée without needing Furina, or, like Navia, got a signature set themselves. A lot of the Sumeru characters end up using Gilded Dreams or Deepwood. A lot of the Inazuma characters end up using Emblem. But Hu Tao never got a set that actually works well for her, outside of Maréchaussée when you're using Furina. That means that Furina's providing more value to Hu Tao than she does to a lot of other characters. Furina by herself isn't enough Hydro for Hu Tao to reliably get her Vapes, so you'll generally play her in double Hydro teams, either with Yelan or Xingqiu. And finally, your last slot is generally going to be a healer. You can use Bennett, Shilonen, or Xianyun as the general best 3 options. And the performance difference between the 3 of them isn't that big, because it's very easy to get Bennett, and because Xingqiu is, at worst, very functional. Furina's performance in Hu Tao teams is reliably going to be an upgrade for them. Almost no matter what you're starting from. Next, we can talk about Xiao. Furina also often tends to be an upgrade for Xiao, but it's not necessarily as big. Xiao already has a good artifact set in Vermilion. And he'll get an even better one soon. So, he doesn't gain much from being able to use Maréchaussée. But Furina still offers a buff and some off-field damage. More importantly, Furina often... More importantly, the amount of damage percent you get from Furina is bigger for Xiao than it is on a lot of other characters, because you get to actually use a good healer. A lot of the good Furina teams use healers that only heal in single target, which leads to the amount of fanfare you're generating averaging really not as much as you'd expect. In Xiao teams, because you can use Xianyun, that's not the case. So you end up getting a higher damage buff from Furina than you do on a lot of other teams. On the other hand, Xiao gets a lot of damage percent from his burst, so that damage percent is more diluted. Because of that, well, Furina is most definitely a great option for Xiao teams. She's not the only one. You've got a few options for Xiao teams, and Furina isn't necessary, but she will generally tend to be the one that performs the best. Outside of that, there's Wanderer teams, which I don't have, so I can't actively show here. I'll use Lynette as a placeholder here. Alright, Wanderer teams. You can end up using Furina as your last slot with a healer here. Generally, the best healer here is going to be Bennett. I know some people use Mika because Mika generates more fanfare and gives attack speed, but yeah. But the problem with using something like this is that you don't have resistance to interruption, and Wanderer is one of the characters that gets punished the most because... or that gets punished the most from getting hit, because he has to fall all the way to the ground, so his, like, knockdown animation is longer than other characters. And if he gets staggered while he doesn't have his dash, like his free stamina dash passive up, you can't dash out of your knockdown animation, which makes it even longer. But looking at just damage, this does tend to be the best Wanderer team. Other than that, Furina tends to be a competitive option for Chlorine teams, especially for people who don't have C6 Chevaliers. When you have C6 Chevaliers, Chlorine teams tend to just outright be better for the Chevaliers ones, but without it, it's really similar, honestly. She's always at least a viable option for Navia, whether you're doing Navia double Hydro with Shilonen, Navia Xianyun, Plunge, or just Navia Bennett. Furina, very often a solid choice. But similar to the Chlorine teams, she's not necessarily the best choice. Klee teams. Klee has the same issue as Hu Tao of having really bad options for artifact sets, and so Furina tends to be a bigger upgrade than on a lot of other teams. But yeah. Is there anyone else I should mention? Noelle, maybe? Furina is a pretty major component of Noelle teams. Pretty important. And then the remaining characters aren't really characters where Furina is like an important part of their teams. A lot of them can use Furina, but she doesn't tend to be all that important for them. I think if you're going to take anything away from this video, I want you to remember this. The main question you should ask yourself when it comes to whether or not you should get Furina is, what team is she going to go into if I get her? And how much is that team going to improve from her presence? There are not many situations where getting Furina will upgrade your teams more than getting a 5-star weapon or constellations. Or a constellation. But a lot of people prefer getting a new unit rather than a constellation on an old one, so that's not necessarily that big of an issue. But there's also quite a few teams where Furina is just not an upgrade at all. So ask yourself that question. Inquire about your favorite characters' teams and how good they are with Furina. And make your decision from there. Before I start taking questions from chat, there's another thing I want to talk about with Furina, which is, I think, a pretty important misconception. People tend to heavily overrate the amount of fanfare you get in her teams. The average amount of fanfare that you get in Furina's teams is very, very often in the 30 to 40% damage range. The main reason for that is because there aren't too many healers right now that heal a lot in AoE. And what I mean by AoE healing is healing that applies even to off-field characters. If your healing only applies to your active character, it means you have to swap to them and get healed to generate fanfare from them. Right now, the healers that are used the most often in Furina teams are not AoE healers, because AoE healers don't tend to be that good. The AoE healers that are used the most with Furina are generally Xianyun and Baizhu. And Xianyun is used in plunge teams and pretty bad outside of them. And then Baizhu has a lot of healing. But that's honestly the main reason why he's used in those teams. It's just because he front loads that fanfare more. And so those teams do still tend to be worse than teams where instead of a healer that just front loads fanfare healing, they gave you a bit less fanfare but do more themselves. Because of that, in practice, a lot of the good Furina teams tend to not average nearly as much fanfare as you would expect. Generally, when your healer is Bennett or Shilonen, you'll average somewhere between 30 and 50. If your healer is Xianyun, it's gonna be like 50 to 60. With Baizhu, it can be a little more because of Baiju's ability to use his E into Furina Burst. Because Baiju's healing on his skill is delayed, which means I'm gonna let myself get hit a little. That on Baizhu you can use your burst, and then you can skill and then immediately use Furina's burst, and you'll get the healing from his skill after Furina's burst animation is over. Right now, I'm not on a very high healing build, so it was a little hard to notice, but his ability to do that means that you can front load fanfare on Furina without having to swap to your healer after her, which is actually kind of a big deal. A lot of the teams where Furina's good tend to have long uptime for their damage windows. And there's actually quite a few teams where Furina's burst expires before you're done doing your damage. Biggest example of that being Neuvillette. Even in the perfectly min-max Neuvillette teams, with the fucking frame perfect everything, if you look at the GC Sim rotations, and you go to the sample, and you look at like what buffs are active at what points, even in those very like perfectly played rotations, Furina's buff tends to expire in the middle of Neuvillette's last charge attack. In practice, people don't tend to play perfectly, so Furina's buff will often expire in the middle of the third one. And the fourth one will be completely unbuffed. What that means is that the ability to swap your healer before Furina, rather than after, means that you don't have to spend as much time, you don't have to eat into her uptime as much before swapping into your carry, which is nice. And that's the main thing that Baiju, it's one of the things that Baiju provides in these teams, which is nice. But even in those teams, pretty much every team other than Neuvillette averages, like, at most 65, generally at most 60. Damage percent from her passive. And most of them average a lot less. Obviously, a 30 to 40 damage percent buff is not bad. It's not bad at all. But because arguably the most important part of her kit is the damage buff, it's important to actually realize that it is not giving you 67.5. How much is it? 75? It is not giving you 75% damage for, like, that's just not it. She's not giving you 75% damage in any team. It reaches 75% in a good amount of the teams, but the average amount you're getting is a lot less than that. Anyways, now that we've talked about that, we can move into the actual Ask Zajef section of this. So I'll start taking questions from chat. As usual for these Ask Zajefs, make sure you mention me in your message so I know which messages are questions for the Ask Zajef and which ones are just fucking first-time glorpers. So what's up, Nick? I'm recording, so behave. Okay, interesting question. As a free-to-play, should I pull C1 Furina? Okay. As usual, when it comes to constellations on characters, I think it's important to keep in mind that you will never really need to have constellations to clear stuff. And so, you really shouldn't feel any sort of pressure to go for these things, because you do not need them to clear stuff. But if you're trying to min-max your teams and you're asking yourself if that would be a good use of your Primo Gems, we can talk about that. Furina's C1 increases her fanfare limit by 100, and also front loads 150 fanfare at the very start. in most teams, this is actually giving you more than 150 fanfare. You might see this and think, okay, so you start with 150 more, and now you're capped at 400 instead of 300, so you're gaining, on average, less than 150, right? Well, honestly, not really. Like I've said earlier, very often you end up either not capping the fanfare bonus until a decent amount of time into your rotation, or just not capping it at all. And this front-loaded fanfare generation also means that you're starting with fanfare, and fanfare gives you healing bonus, which means you also end up starting with 15% more healing bonus, which makes the following fanfare generate a little bit faster. And so in practice, this very often is the equivalent of 150 more fanfare, if not more. So it's pretty much, or pretty reliably, a 35 to 40 damage percent upgrade for the whole team for the duration of Furina's burst. And that's pretty solid. That's pretty good, actually. Because Furina's a unit that, while not necessarily part of that many characters' best teams, is part of a lot of characters' viable teams at the very least. It means that all of those characters now have the option of playing Furina with an additional 40 damage percent. I'm gonna sneeze. My goodness. In any case, all in all, it's good. It's a good con, all things considered. Furina's C1, I don't think is the highest DPS increase con in any team. I think you're always better off on any given team getting either the C1 or R1 on your carry. Unless maybe it's one of the old ones that have really awful C1s. Or it's a team that has like very split damage distribution. But it's very often really close. And unlike Constellations on your carries, well, it works on every team where you play Furina. So, for a free-to-play player considering more vertical investment, Furina's C1 is definitely one of the better 5-star cons to consider. But don't spend money on this shit game. One possible counter-argument to that is if Citlali is an indicator of a trend of incredibly powerful specialist supports, it may in the long term reduce Furina's C1's value, because you'd be better off getting the specialist support for your team rather than using Furina C1 with them. Alright, next question. I hear people say Hydra was better than HP percent Goblet at C2, but is that exaggerated? I mean, it kind of depends, right? C2 increases the amount of fanfare you get if you're generating very little fanfare to begin with. Then you're not gonna get that much HP from the C2, right? But in teams where you're by default playing Furina, you generally do at least generate some. And if you do, you get a lot of HP from this. With this much HP in most teams, yeah, Hydro Goblet tends to be better. But it'll still depend on the specific team. That's just because you're diluting your HP a lot with this. Why are single target healers better than AoE healers nowadays? It's just because the units that heal in single target are better. Honestly, I think that's a good thing. I think that, I mean, single target healing is obviously worse than AoE healing. If a character is low HP, an AoE healer can heal them without risk. A single target healer means that you'll have to swap into them to get healed, so you end up risking by swapping to a low HP target. And so AoE healing is inherently better than single target healing, right? Even without looking at Furina. And so it makes a lot of sense that AoE healers would be given kits that are a little weaker to compensate for that. Does that mean they're gonna stick to that long term? I don't fucking know. Probably not. Who knows? Like, what do you even do? Okay. How good is the Yelan Furina core? Honestly, the Yelan Furina core is kind of getting worse with time, not because it's actually getting worse, just because recent carries have kind of been... Well, there's been a trend of power creep in Notland for sure. And when you make hyper carries that are strong, you create situations where you're better off using supports that are more focused on buffing your carries rather than providing damage themselves. And because a pretty major component of what makes the Yelan Furina double unit, double hydro core strong is the fact that they deal pretty good damage themselves, it means that more and more it's becoming a bit less impactful, I guess. But it's still pretty good. It's still pretty good, honestly. Recent carries, you can say her name, it's fine, true. Man. Alright, next question. As we've entered Outland, we're getting more accessible sources of damage percent from things like Scroll and the Plunge set. If this keeps up, will that make Furina's buffs less valuable as they're less rare? Yes, but I would also expect the fact that, you know, new units are getting released. It means we're going to get more and more different types of units. which means we're very likely to see healers like Xianyun that have actual proper AoE healing that work in teams and team archetypes other than Plunge in the future. And so, while Artifacts at Power Creep is giving us a lot of sources of damage percent that dilute Furina's damage percent buffs, if we also get healers that can generate more fanfare, we'll end up getting more damage percent, so that dilution will be offset. At the end of the day, the long-term value of characters is going to depend on how valuable Hoyo wants them to be. They can always design a unit that makes certain characters a lot less powerful or a lot stronger, depending on what they want to do. Since you tackled Furina supporting 5-star DPSs, how about Furina supporting 4-star DPSs? I guess it's an interesting question. The reality is that there are not a lot of good 4-star units that are supposed to be on-field carries. When you look at 4-star units that are supposed to be on-field carries, most of them are pretty dog shit. There's a lot of good 4-stars, but most of them are not on-field carries. The good ones are Gumming and kind of Sethos. And that's pretty much it. Gumming's Sitlali teams are significantly better than his Furina teams. And Sethos Sethos's best teams tend to be the short rotation quicken teams that don't use Furina. But Sethos is very difficult to play well, and Gumming has a lot of quality of life issues. Outside of those, if your favorite unit is a 4-star carry that isn't all that great, right? If your favorite unit is Freminet, if your favorite unit is Yanfei, something like that. Furina's a sort of unit that can provide a lot of value because, well, she has personal damage. And when you're playing dog shit carries, you'd prefer playing supports that have personal damage over supports that are only focused on buffing, because buffing garbage is just going to be shiny garbage. But the off-field damage you'll get from units like Furina will help you pretend like you're not in pain. Next question! Is Baimari with Furina Risley's best team? No. As much as I really love the concept of Baimari, it's not that great. I will say, it's also not bad. By the way, for those of you unfamiliar, Baimari is basically Burgeon Cryo. The idea behind the Baimari team with Risley, I don't have Risley, so I'll use fucking Chongyun as a placeholder here, is that the Burning Aura allows you to get fairly reliable melts on Risley and vapes on Furina. You won't get all your reactions, but you'll get a good amount of them. And the melt reactions you get on Risley weaken the burning aura enough for Furina's vapes to also trigger Bloom, which Charlene can then burgeon. So it's a team that has damage that's a bit more split with the rest of the team, because you get reactions on Furina and you get reactions on Charlene. But Bennett is really broken, so it generally doesn't tend to actually be stronger than the Bennett options for Risley. That being said, Bennett is really broken for a lot of carries. And so if your Bennett is busy in another team, this actually is one of the better Risley teams that don't use Bennett. So it's actually still a fairly solid team, even if it's not like that amazing. The biggest issue with it is ER requirements on Baiju are really, really hard to reach in teams where he's solo Dendro, and you can't do more than 1 E per rotation. Yeah, and then you also have channeling ER requirements that can be a problem. That's true. Why don't people use Furina as a dedicated healer? That way she wouldn't add random Hydro that screws up reactions like Citlali and Malika teams. The biggest reason for that is because unless you're consuming HP with Furina, you're not getting any fanfare, because healing only generates fanfare if you had missing HP to heal. And relying on enemies to damage you for that is not it. On top of that, her ER requirements, if you're not getting the particle generation, is awful. It's really awful. That means that if you try to use healing mode Furina in teams, things won't go well. You'll end up with barely any fanfare and you'll burst every 7 rotations. And at that point, just use TTDS Barbara and you'll probably see better results. Next question. Is Furina's Hydro application by itself enough for Yoimiya? Yes. But her application is inconsistent, so sometimes it won't be, but generally it is. How scam is Tenacity on Furina? That's actually a really good question. Tenacity on Furina is incredibly underrated. Almost every team that benefits from the Tenacity buff is gonna have better performance with Tenacity than Golden Troop. It's almost always really, really close. So it's not like you need to get yourself a TOM set. But if you have a good TOM set, it does mean you don't need to farm Golden Troop. Pretty much, unless you're playing Navidad. It's also a lot less scuffed than TOM Raiden. For a while, people talked about the optimal GC Sim rational rotations, or rational stuff, because min-maxed as much as possible, the best builds on this team is Noblesse Singtel, Instructor Bennett, TOM Raiden. That being said, if you use TOM Raiden, your burst initial slash does a lot less damage. And while, yeah, your channeling does more damage, and so does your Singto to compensate for that, Genshin combat is about breakpoints and about killing enemies in, like, as fast as possible, but enemies don't have an infinite amount of HP. They don't register your DPS. They just either are dead or are not. And so the ability to front load damage with Raiden's initial slash, in practice, tends to be better than the slightly higher DPS you get with TOM. Right? With Furina, it's actually the other way around. Using TOM on Furina will increase your front load of damage because it increases your carry's damage more than Furina's, and Furina's damage is a lot more sustained. And so, on top of that, the 2-piece on TOM is actually good on Furina. And so, yeah, TOM is actually a pretty solid option for Furina. There's a lot of teams where TOM Furina is better. Personally, I never have my Furina on TOM because I'm too lazy to swap, and it's never that big of a difference. But it's most definitely something you can consider. Next question. Should you prioritize crit or HP on her artifact subs? Generally, crit is better. So, Furina has a passive that converts HP to damage percent, which means that effectively she double dips effectiveness and HP. But she also will build a lot of HP in general by default. And that means that while she does double dip in HP, she's also starting with more. So increases in HP will generally be less of an increase to your HP percentage-wise than a lot of other HP scalers. At worst, it's a good substat. It's not Molani level good, right? Because Furina often runs HP Goblet and is often played in double Hydro teams. But it's good. Although, do keep in mind, if you're already at 40k, you don't double dip anymore, and once you're at 40k, it means you already have a lot, so above 40k, it's a lot less effective. About TOM, in a Xiao team with Fares on Xianyun, would Xianyun be on Noblesse and Furina on TOM? Or Xianyun on VV and Furina on Golden Troop? I'm not sure which one is the best. I think the best one is Xianyun, either Noblesse or Song of Broken, or no, Song of Days Past. Farazan on Cinder City, and Furina on TOM. I think that's the highest DPS one. But honestly, as long as you're not using the same buffing artifact set on two characters, you're fine. It's fine if you use Golden Troop. It's fine if you use VV. me take a look at this. But yeah, in that team, generally, we can actually look at the sim for this. I don't mind. Where's Farazan? There's a sim for it here. It won't be perfect because technically your build should change a little bit based on the artifact sets you're using. I'll open a few versions of it, and I'll take a look at a few different artifact combinations. Let's take a look at... okay, we have Noblesse, Tenacity, Song of Days Past. Let's do let's do Cinder City. No. What do they call it? What's the actual name of the set again? Scroll? Scroll, okay. Yeah. We have, instead of Tenacity, Golden. Actually, GT might work. Yeah. Okay. You can take a look at VV. I guess you'd want VV and Golden Troop in this. And roll. Yeah. The min-max one would probably be Scroll, Tenacity. I wonder if Clam would be better for this one. It might be. 71.2. Versus Song of Days Past. 71.1. We should actually probably increase sample size here because it's that close. Yeah, I guess also... well, maybe we can do TDDS. What's the rotation here? Oh, never mind. The rotation that doesn't... oh, okay. Anyways, the difference between, like, pretty much all the artifact set combinations is, like, really small. The worst combination is the one that focuses a bit more on Furina personal damage, because her ER requirements in a team like this are really high. So you kind of have to use Fav, and then you don't have a lot of damaging stats. But yeah, the actual difference between all of them is, like, really, really close. Does C2 or C3 Furina outperform C0 Citlali and Maoika Premium Team? That's a good question. I don't think it does, but it's probably pretty close. It's probably interchangeable. And it's probably going to depend on your investment on Maoika. On a, like, C0 or 0 Maoika, she's doing a bit less damage herself. So C3 Furina having a lot more damage than C0 Furina will be a bigger deal, because she also has a lot more damage than Citlali. But if you're looking C0 or 1 Maoika, Citlali's probably back to being better. It's gonna be pretty close, though. Next question! How worth is it pulling the 5-star healers versus Furina Cons and just using 4-star healers like Bennett? Well, if it's a team that can use Bennett, most of the time it won't get much of an upgrade from replacing Bennett. So you definitely get better improvements from getting Furina Cons over replacing Bennett with a healer. Yeah, it might be a downgrade. It often will be. Next question. Mostly I meant, is it worth getting Shilonen? Getting Shilonen so you can activate Furina's healing is only really something you should consider for the for the Geo carries, I guess? Like Navia and Ito? What are the other Furina teams where Shilonen is the only healer and you actually, like... I guess Sino, maybe? I don't know. Monohydro? Hutao? Meh. When you look at Hutao teams, you will most definitely see better results from C1 Furina with Bennett versus C0 Furina with Shilonen. But if you want Bennett on the other side, then yeah, getting Shilonen will help. Nevilet, yeah, there's a lot of Nevilet teams where you don't even use Shilonen's burst. We can actually take a look at it on GC Sim database. To look at Nevilet, Furina, Shilonen. Fucking whale. Petras, Citlali, Sig, Yanfei. That's hilarious. Okay, let's skip past the whale stuff. Okay. Okay. Here you use Shilonen Burst. $94.8. What the fuck? Yeah, our DPS is down because now our rotation is like not I see. How do you write Lisa's skill if you want to hold it? Gonna go take a look. Skill hold 1. Let's replace it with a skill hold 1 and see how that goes. Okay. So in this team, if you skip Shilonen Burst, you lose. You lose like 8% DPS. And the main reason why you lose DPS isn't because of the healing. It's because the burst animation is effectively free time. These 4 CA Neuvillette rotations generally start with a skill, then do setup, then back to Neuvillette, charge attack, then skill, then charge attack again. What that means is that if your setup is too short, you won't have your skill when you swap back to Neuvillette. And that's honestly the main reason why you end up using Shilonen's Burst here, right? What was the question again? I forgot. What was the question that started this YAP? Getting Shilonen for Furina teams? Oh, yeah. But anyways, in the Neuvillette teams, the main reason why you end up using Shilonen Q isn't because it's healing, it's just because you don't have anything else to do, and technically Shilonen's Q does do a bit of damage. Looking at other teams where Shilonen is like the source of healing. Alright, we talked about Hu Tao already. What else is there? I guess, yeah, let's skip past the whale stuff again. Gaming gets Bennett, so it's not really all that significant. Lenny gets Bennett, so it's not really that significant. For the Navia teams, Shilonen healing is pretty big, so that's what I was saying earlier, where it's like the geo carries mainly, right? Wait, we can actually, wait. We take a look at Furina Hu Tao. You look at the stuff in the sim. This is the min-maxed C0 or 0 rotation with Shilonen. And this is the min-max C0 or 0 rotation with Bennett. Don't know if that's as min-maxed, actually, I gotta be honest. But oh well. If we go to this one and we just give Furina C1. We don't need to let it run that long, right? It's about as good as using this one with Shilonen. So the question is, would you rather have C1 Furina that you can use on teams, or Shilonen to free up Bennett for the other side? Next question! How much fanfare can you generate with just Neuvillette on team and no healer? You can max out your fanfare with Neuvillette by himself. It's just that you won't max it out before you start doing damage. You'll max it out throughout your rotation. But like, I mean, you may be aware that there's a visual effect on your screen when Furina maxes out her fanfare. So we can take a look at how long it takes for us to max it out, if you want. I fucked up.
Silence be sanctified. Now you're testing my patience. Will meet together.
Right, we just maxed it out there. We go, ah! We got the visual effect from maxing it out there. Yeah, it's true, I am on Proto Ember, so technically it's a little bit faster, but it's honestly not even that big of a difference on the first rotation. It's mostly a bit more helpful for the next one, but I don't know if I have enough ER to do my rotations proper. I probably do, but still, whatever. I'll just do this, actually. Can't be bothered. Can Neuvillette reliably proc Furina passive without Proto Ember? Yes, really easily.
One with wind and cloud. Get to work. I'm getting sick of this game.
Bow your head. You are not welcome here. The time's beckon.
I'm getting sick of this game.
That was not a good rotation, but whatever. Let's see how we, or when we max it out for this part. Ah!
Show no mercy.
Bow your head.
Damn it. We killed them before we maxed it out. Saj. But keep in mind, right? Neuvillette self-heals 48% of his HP when he does his charge attack. And you have a bit of fanfare from your last charge attack. That's giving you pretty much at least like 5 to 10% healing bonus. Which means you're healing more than 50% of your HP from picking up the balls. Which means, unless you got hit, because you stop consuming HP once you're below 50, from either his charge attack or Furina, you will overheal every time you do a new charge attack. He's got the opposite problem compared to Yumiglorp Glorp. Can you show it? I mean, sure, I guess. Oh, bad order, but it's fine.
Get to work. I'm getting sick of this game.
Alright, so I do this. Max heal, right? I got overhealed there.
Let the mighty be humble.
And again, I overheal there. It just happens by default on him. Next question! How much of a difference to Furina's damage does keeping your teammates over 50% make? A pretty big one. You gain 40% more damage, and this is multiplicative. So you gain 40% more damage from your teammates being high enough HP that Furina's consuming their HP. There's pretty much no team where she won't consume any HP. But there are a good amount of teams where you won't be consuming it from all your party members. The unit that the most often doesn't provide this buff to Furina is Furina herself. Because if your healing is coming from a unit whose burst you want to use after Furina, it means that unless you swap back to Furina, she's not benefiting from their single target healing. Mainly with Bennett. When Bennett is the healer you're using in your Furina teams, Furina herself will pretty much stay at 50% HP permanently past your first rotation. But you'll generally still have 3 stacks. So you don't lose that much. Next rotation. Or, sorry. Next question. When should you use Furina's burst? At the start of your rotation or before your DPS? It depends. The main thing to keep in mind is that you'll get buffs from a lot of different sources, and as a general rule, you want your buffs to overlap as much as possible. So you should use your buffs with longer durations first, and your buffs with shorter durations last. The Neuvillette teams are interesting because in the optimal Neuvillette rotations, you have split uptime, where you effectively do 2 charge attacks, then swap out, then swap back in. And you end up spending a lot of time on Neuvillette. And in teams like that, right? If you don't swap out and back in, your buffs on like Kazuha, for example, will expire really early, which is sad. And so you end up wanting to swap back to Kazuha. But that means that you don't need Kazuha's buff to be used as early in your setup. And if you want Furina's buff to last for a long duration for your second uptime, you want to use it a bit later. But like for example, right, when you do a team like this, I'm actually curious what the GC Sim one is. I'm gonna double check. It's probably right. Yeah, they do some fucking cringe shit here. Yeah. The optimal rotation is this. I'm not sure if you're supposed to use Kazuha Burst. I don't know if you have time. Right, and you end up using... Yeah, I don't think I was supposed to use Kazuha Burst. Either that or Shilonen Burst. Whatever. Oops. Oh. Don't talk about that. Yeah, and I think, yeah, I was supposed to do the swap back to Shilonen as well. Oh boy. Anyways, and so in teams like this, you end up using Furina's Burst right before you go to Neuvillette. Because your other buffs you'll refresh for your second uptime, but not Furina's buff, so you want it to still last by the end of your last charge attacks as much as possible. But in most teams, you end up using Furina's Burst relatively early. Next question. I've seen a lot of discourse about Shilonen better than Furina, or Furina better than Shilonen. Since both of them are this patch, which one is better overall? Wait. Shilonen's not this patch. What? Oh, but I guess he is getting a rerun next patch, supposedly, right? I guess that's an interesting one. Honestly, if you asked me last patch, or like 2 patches ago, my answer may have been different. Now, Sitlali really fucking shook things up, man. It's something these are words I've repeated a lot in the past few weeks, but resistance shred is the stat that synergizes the worst with itself. The more resistance shred you have, the least effective getting more becomes. Even more so than other offensive stats. Because resistance shred, once enemies are already below 0% resistance, is only half as effective. An enemy with 10% resistance, it means you're doing 10% less damage to them. But if they have minus 10%, you're not doing 10% more, you're doing 5% more. And so as long as you have enough to bring them to 0, getting more, I mean, it's still going to be good, but it's going to become a lot worse. If they release more characters like Sitlali that provide a tiny amount of res shred, but enough to bring most characters, or enough to bring the default enemies to 0, the default enemy has 10% resistance to every element, it's going to significantly impact the value of Shilonen. Not just Shilonen, VV characters as well. But if you've been following leaks at all recently, you may have heard that IANSAN's release is looking to knock Shilonen out of Mawika's best teams. Mawika's best team looks like it's going to go from Bennett, Mawika, Shilonen, Sitlali to Bennett, Mawika, IANSAN, Sitlali. And that's because shred stacking is not as good as attack stacking. And that's why the unit you knock out is not Bennett, it's Shilonen. If they keep releasing good supports like Sitlali, supports that are designed for specific archetypes and give a little bit of shred for that archetype, it's going to make Shilonen in the long term become a lot worse. The question is, are they going to actually do that, or was Shilonen a one-time thing? And the reality is we don't know yet. So it's really hard to say between Shilonen and Furina which one is going to have the more long-term value. In the short term, the unit that will be better for you is going to be the unit that works the best with the teams you have right now, which is going to vary a lot depending on who you ask. Next question. Who is your favorite Salon member? I'm quite partial to Gentilhomme Usher. I'll be honest. Mademoiselle Crabaletta is kind of cringe, honestly. But because here's the thing, okay? Crabaletta's the one that can hit the fucking Aeon Blight Drake and knock it down. But the amount of time where I've been fucking waiting for it to knock it down for like 30 seconds just for it not to do anything. I hate Crabaletta now. Okay, I do. I'm sorry. But next! Is Furina C2 good with Harlequino? I mean, it's not bad. But it's also not amazing. Harlequino by default is not a unit that like works that well in vape teams. And Furina's cooldowns don't line up that well with Harlequinos. So it's kind of up to you, really. It works, and it's not bad, but I don't think I'd play C2 Furina over C0 Citlali or C6 Chillers. Now, if you're gonna Entussy it up, that may be different, but I think that's a topic for another video. Next question. You don't think Entussy works with Furina? Yeah, it's double. I was talking about double Hydro. How well does Furina slot in freeze nowadays? Well, technically, this is a freeze team, so pretty damn well. But I assume you're talking about freeze with cryo carries. It works. She's not necessary for freeze teams, but she definitely does work. The biggest issue that freeze teams have with Furina is that the nature of freeze makes it synergize really well with groupers. Because when you're in AoE, freezing enemies while grouped means that even small hits of AoE will always hit all of them. And because of that, you really, in freeze teams, generally like using an animal unit that's a grouper. The cryo units we have that are supposed to be played in freeze teams often benefit a lot from being played in double cryo. And the cryo healers that we have are not very good. Diona's healing is really low. Chala doesn't provide much outside of healing. And a lot of what Mika gives is buffs to physical damage. And because of that, Furina's not that great for freeze teams. But the thing is, there's not a lot of Hydro units that are great for freeze teams. if we had Hydro units designed to buff freeze the same way Citlali can be designed to buff freeze, right? If you had a Hydro Citlali that gave Cryo Shred instead of a Cryo Citlali that gave Hydro Shred, you probably wouldn't give much thought to using Furina. But because the Hydro units we have don't have the best synergy with freeze, then it means that you're gonna end up either using Furina because she's quite strong with a cryo healer that's not that great, or using a Hydro unit that's not that great for freeze with a cryo unit that's good for freeze. Or ditching your grouper, but then you're kind of losing the biggest benefit of freeze, which is how it deals with AoE's content. Next question! What is the best team to play Furina in to maximize her own damage? That's a good question. Yeah, ideally, getting vapes on her will help. If all you care about is maximizing her own personal damage, you probably are gonna end up doing some weird on-field Furina bullshit, but like, your team DPS will be a lot lower than teams that do that have a tiny little bit less personal damage on Furina and don't on-field her. C6 okay, shut up. When it comes to what are the good Furina teams where she's doing the most damage, it's generally going to be the ones where you're using Furina with a Pyro carry that has a lot of Pyro up. So Cleave Furina, Channeling Furina, stuff like that. But honestly, the Nevillet teams are also pretty high, because in a team like this, every single unit here is buffing Furina's damage. Nevillet provides really high Hydro Particle generation and Hydro Resonance, and both of these provide damage percent and shred. I think like most people know that Furina helps Nevillet's damage a lot, but a lot of people don't realize that the opposite is also true. Nevillet helps Furina's damage, honestly, more than Furina helps Nevillet's damage. I guess we can take a look at the database, see which C0 team with Furina is the one that has the highest personal damage on her. But might take a while to parse through all of this. Oh man, so much whale stuff. Okay. Team like this should have pretty high Furina damage. No, it does not. Oh, this is a... I see. Is it not... Okay, never mind, yeah. This one... 27k, same as the other one. What about the vape ones? I mean, we can take a look at Klee, I guess. What the fuck is that? 22k. What about with Shangling? Got some Burgeon vape stuff. Should be solid, but okay, never mind. 16k. Uh... No, this won't be... Maybe this one? No, 21k. It actually might be the Nevillet team. I think it is a Nevillet team, actually. This is key, so it doesn't count. This... Yeah, no. I think it actually is a Nevillet team. It's because Furina's burst is really good, right? And her ER requirements, when she's not in a double Hydro team, are really high. And the damage you lose from your incredibly high ER requirements is more than the damage you gain from vapes if you're vaping her. So, a double Hydro team where every character is buffing her is generally going to be the sort of teams where she's doing the most damage. More so than in vape teams. But obviously, if what you're looking for is screenshot number, it'll be bigger on vape teams. Anyways, next question! Is it worth 90ing Furina if we already have more than 40k HP on her at 80? Yeah. Yes, it is. Next question. Is Furina's buff to Nevillet's personal damage more than the third Draconic stack of, or her main advantage is her personal damage in his teams? Her main advantage is her personal damage. Generally, the buff is like... Compared just to the stack, it's more. But you have to understand that the other characters that you could use instead of Furina can also be doing things themselves, right? So it'll generally be worse than... Your damage on Nevillet in a team with Furina will generally be lower than it is on good teams that use only buffers. But the teams are better because of Furina's personal damage. Alright, which is pretty much mostly due to the fact that we don't really have the sort of buffers that significantly increase your HP character's damage. Which is why I talked about Nevillet not really being a hyper carry in my pre-release analysis of him. Nevillet gets so much of his damage just from existing. That his best teams often have a good portion of damage coming from the rest of the team. pre-Furina, it was damage coming from Hyper Bloom or units like Fischl. Post Furina, it's damage coming from Furina. That being said, both Shilonen and Citlali's release have given a few more options for things that increase Nevidet's personal damage. So now he has some teams where he's like a very large majority of the team DPS. But still not too many. Next question. Yelan versus Furina for all Hytham teams. Between the two, I generally recommend Furina. Alhaitham is a character who works really well with Singto. In all the teams where you can use him with Furina, you can use Singto instead. And the defensive utility that Singto provides, in my opinion, tends to be a lot more valuable than the damage that Furina provides. Because the difference in damage isn't big enough to justify losing that defensive utility, in my opinion. Isn't his Hydro Up too much to keep the Quicken Aura? Kind of. You will lose some Quicken Up time, but in exchange for that, you will gain Hyper Blooms. And in those teams to begin with, outside of Alhaitham, you don't get that much damage from Quicken. You're not building Kuki with fucking Electro Crit, right? You're building her full EM. Playing Singto makes Kuki do more damage than Alhaitham, true. Very cool indeed. Anyways, alright, next question. How does Kirina stand as an option? What stats should people be aiming for on her for that? Ki is very often Kirina's best weapon. In any team that uses reactions, Ki is generally just your best option. But there are not too many reaction carries whose best team is Furina. You kind of stick to the same build on Ki with Furina. You might end up needing ER Sands, though, because you're not getting ER from your weapon. Pepa's like Hu Tao, that's it? What do you mean? What about Bennett Carey, huh? Are you looking down on Bennett Carey? SMH my head. I'll be right back. I'm back. Next question! What's the best healer for Hu Tao Furina teams? There's not that big of a difference between Chilonen and Xianyun, honestly. In practice, I personally tend to prefer Xianyun because Xianyun gives Hu Tao actual options in AoE. But the Xianyun team doesn't really gain anything from Hu Tao's C1, whereas the Chilonen team does. So if you have C1 Hu Tao, then you're better off using Chilonen. Next question! Is there any situation where Jean is better than Xianyun as Furina's healer? There's no team where Jean is good with Furina as a healer. Because in any team where you could consider either Jean or Furina, neither of them is gonna be the best healer for the team. Right? Like, unless you're playing a plunge team, Xianyun is not that great. In general. But outside of plunge teams, if, you know, you're playing a team with Furina and you don't have a healer that works well with a team, they tend to be very similar to one another. Like, very, very similar. Next question! Should Furina's charge attack be used for more fanfare stacks? Generally, no. It's something you can do, but it's not really worth doing most of the time. And even when it is slightly better, it's barely noticeable. And if you get hit during your charge attack animation, it gets cancelled. It's and you use up a bunch of stamina for it. It's just not worth it. Is Furina the best option for Alhaitham? If yes, by what margin? Just in terms of damage, yes, because a perfectly played Alhaitham rotation is gonna be 15 seconds with full cookie uptime, and the other Hydro units you can use cannot function in 15-second rotations. If we take a look at the sim, and we skip past the whale stuff for Alhaitham, right? The first non-constellated team is with Furina. But just looking at the config, I guess... There's a lot of swaps involved in this team, and it's, in my opinion, really hard to like do properly and reliably. And it's not that far ahead of the Singto teams. The biggest downside to these teams is that unless you're playing Furina, you don't have a great way to do 15-second rotations with your Hydro units. Which means that your synergy with Kuki gets gimped because you'll start having downtime on Kuki. And once you start having downtime on Kuki, she becomes a lot worse. And so you kind of want to end up using Raiden. Yeah, also, this is an Alhaitham team for sure. 27% of the team's DPS. Everything is fine. Right, whereas in this team, he's doing 47. The reality, though, is that most people don't actually play Alhaitham rotations anywhere close to perfectly in practice. Most people end up either not doing split uptime at all, or scuffing the split uptime a lot. And so... even in the Furina team, most people will have pretty decent cookie downtime. Which means that in practice, the Kuki teams with Furina aren't actually that far ahead of the Kuki teams with the other Hydros. Even though when you look at sheets or sims, they're noticeably higher. But yeah, the Alhaitham sims are like... funny, I guess? They're funny, yeah. Funny is the right word. Anyways, next question. Oh, actually, I disagree, Pipoga. The problem with Alhaitham isn't that his damage is bad, is that we don't have enough Quicken focused supports. Quicken by nature is a reaction where your damage is supposed to be coming from multiple different units. So you can't have a carry that has like fucking 80k personal DPS in a Quicken team for Dendro. Like that, it wouldn't make sense. That's not how Quicken works, you know? My point is basically going from Alhaitham doing Chlorine personal damage, but taking twice as long field time. Okay, here's the thing though, right? In the best Quicken teams for Chlorine, that aren't scams, so no Petra Kirara, I'm sorry. This? Yes. It's 40k DPS. From the best Quicken Alhaitham teams. They're the ones with Lisa, right? So I'll just fucking... Also about 40k DPS. The problem is just that the Quicken units work so much better in Aggravate than in Spread when it comes to supports. DF Sims are gutting Chlorine damage for better official scams. I mean, yeah. But if there was a Dendro official you could use with Alhaitham, you wouldn't have to gut his damage for official, for Dendro official. You know? Anyways, next question. How good is Furina gonna be with VARESA? It's looking like she's gonna be pretty good. Because VARESA works well with Xianyun. It's not looking like it's gonna be her best team, but it's looking like it's gonna be competitive for sure. I heard leakers had slight problems with swirling Electro. I mean, leakers also had slight problems getting fucking melt on Mawika, okay? Listen. Leaguers could also barely do 6 and 3E in 9-second field time clock. Yeah, there's that too. Like, just from a fucking electro normal attack, you can get your electro swirl, you know? Okay, I literally cancelled my auto mid-animation. But I got an electro swirl there, you know? Just from one auto.
Is that all you got?
So, like, this should not be a problem unless you don't know what you're doing. You probably forgot Shannon and 1 exists? Yeah, probably. VARESA at home. Should we play VARESA at home? I'm actually so down. We will pause the recording for a little, for a second. Let's do Maréchaussée. Where are you? Am I capped? I'm a little overcapped. It is what it is, I guess. I don't think I can be much less capped anyways. Without losing a lot of artifact quality. Yeah, whatever. What should I do for this, for the other slot instead of IANSAN? Auron, maybe? Elegy Auron with Cinder City? Sounds like a plan. No, that's not gonna work though. Let's use this. Sarah? My Sarah is fucking level 39. Oh no.
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Seize the sky.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Stay condemned.
Oh fuck.
Your penance is due.
Fuck! Oh my god. That's very annoying.
Go. You're free now.
Make way.
Surrender. Through me, justice is served. Stay condemned. Guilty. Your penance is due. Stay condemned. Farewell. Tell me what you see.
Mom, we have VARESA at home.
Nowhere to run. Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Fuck!
Your penance is due.
Holy. You try it in single target? That'll do.
Think you can get away? Well, going in. Neutralize. A little ambiance.
One with nature.
Let's play.
Something's wrong with my builds, I think.
For takeoff. Get out of here. Everybody stand back.
What? Whatever, man. That's kind of annoying, but it is what it is.
Brace yourself. Think you can get away? Let's light it up. Rush and whirl.
Wind strike.
Here we go.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure something's like deeply wrong with my builds right now, but it's fine.
Would have gliding be faster?
Die. Alright, let's take a look at how this goes.
Time to say hello.
Make way for the
Judgment is upon us. Guilty. We stand condemned. Your penance is
shower me with praise. Let the world come on.
free. Go. You're free now.
Strike cloud confirmed.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Guilty. We stand condemned. Your penance is due.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Seize the sky.
Through me, justice is served. We stand condemned. Your penance is due.
Oh, fuck.
We stand condemned.
My name echoing song.
This is definitely not it, but it's fine.
Strike cloud confirmed.
Is this better than normal Sino? No, it's not.
On your soul. Your penance is due.
Listen, Sino's not great, but he's not that bad.
Think you can get away? Reconstitute.
Fallen leaves.
Adorn my night.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is. This will brighten up the place. Let's play. Brace yourself. Time for takeoff.
I think we aimed fine. Yeah.
Going in.
Into the wind.
Rush and whirl.
You still have a
Eee,
special
almost
place
died.
in my heart.
Think you can get away?
Balls indeed.
One with wind and cloud.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is a little ambiance. Brace yourself. Time for takeoff.
Fallen leaves.
Adorn.
Going in. This will brighten up the place. Here we go.
Wind strike.
Alright. I think we might be a little fucking doomed for energy here.
Say hello.
Ah, I missed my E! Well, nice first rotation, loser. Whatever, we'll just start over. Happens. Do I not have Fab? Oh, it just didn't prompt. Nice RNG, loser.
Farewell. Tell me
Thank you for the delayed Belotro payment.
Go! You're free now!
Fuck, okay, I give up. I can't be bothered. Anyways, next question! No one saw that. Don't include that in the video. Maj. This is gonna be the last one I take. Do we not have any questions? Is that it? Maybe I should check if people asked any of the questions in the comments of the community post. We can take a look at some of these, sure. Do you think Furina's peaked out in power? With the influx of 5.x units not working well for her, I feel she might continue to fall off if Sneznoya has similar mechanic designs to Natlan. It's possible. Like I said earlier, there's the chance that they release healers that work well with her that are good for archetypes outside of Plunge, which would be nice, but there's also more and more sources of damage percent and units that just don't work that well with her in general. So it's gonna depend on what they want, really. If Mawika wasn't in the game, who would you consider the most valuable 5-star characters out of Shilonen, Citlali, and Furina? I mean, I still think it's Neuvillette, but out of those three, I'm not sure. I think you can make a fair argument for all three of them, really. It'll depend on what else you have on your account. Have you talked about ER requirements? No, not really. I should. That's a good idea. So let's talk about Furina's ER. Sure. So same element, different element, clear, caught, non-caught. So, Furina generates one particle when her things hit, up to once every 2.5 seconds. The intervals aren't exactly consistent. So she's generally generating one particle every 2.5 to 3 seconds. That means that in teams where you burst, or in teams with somewhat shorter rotations, she's generating less energy per time she uses burst. First, let's talk about the worst case scenario for Furina's ER. What is that worst case scenario going to be? You're doing... Okay, technically the worst case scenario is going to be 30-second rotations that use 2 bursts, but I think we can mostly disregard those because most people don't play like that, even in teams where that's the optimal way to play. Outside of that, generally the worst case scenario for Furina is going to be you do a 20-second rotation, so as short as possible while still getting skill every rotation. She's the only Hydra unit in the team, and the rest of the team doesn't have a lot of energy generation. The most extreme example of that is gonna be the C6 Bennett infused Xianyun plunge teams, like Diluc. So let's really take a look at that worst case. She's solo Hydro, so the same element particles is 7 to 8, about 7. We're looking at worst case. She's catching one of them because you catch the particle that gets generated while you're on field. Then you have the particles from the rest of the team. So you have Xianyun generating 5. Furina's not catching them. You have Bennett generating 2.25. Furina's not catching them. And the most bare bones rotation for a team like this, that's it. Here you can use some Diluc E's. If you do, Diluc particle generation is a percent chance on each E of 1 to 2, but the chance is like, what is it? It's what? Is it 40% 1, 60% 2, or the other way around? %75% 1, 25% 2. Okay. And if we're examining the worst case, we need to have enough energy that even if we get 1 on all 3 of them, we're still fine. So let's say you are doing a rotation where you're using your Diluc E's, and you use all 3 of them. That's another 3. If she's not on Fav, if she herself isn't on Fav, and for now, let's take a look at what happens if no one is on Fav in this team. You can do Fav Xianyun, but a lot of people don't. So for now, let's take a look. No one on Fav. ER requirements. It's 60, right? Unless I'm Omega Orange. Yeah. That's pretty high. That's pretty high, actually. This is really damn high. In a team like this, you should have her on Fav. It significantly reduces her ER requirements. And this is still somewhat achievable. Okay. Now that we've looked at the worst case, let's take a look at the, I guess, average case. Average case is going to be... what team should we use for our average case scenario? Let's take a look at Maoika, Bennett, Furina. Shilonen. So this part is the same. This is the same. This time we have Shilonen. We have Maoika. We have Bennett. In a team like that, without Fav, ER requirements are at around 220. 220, 230. Because Shilonen is on Fav. If you have Peak Patrol, a lot higher. And then if Furina herself is on Fav too, ER requirements go down to around 180. This is what the average case is. The problem is, the average case is gonna be teams where you're using Fav weapons on other characters most of the time. And if you don't have those Fav weapons, or if you have the signatures that are upgrade over the Fav weapons, then the ER requirements on Furina go up a lot. And then finally, you have the best case scenario, which is going to be double Hydra with MetaDeep. And the reason why this is going to be the best case scenario is because 1, rotations are longer, and 2, MetaDeep generates hydro particles. So, let's take a look at a 26 to 28-ish second rotation. MetaDeep funnels once. I don't like the one funnel one. It is technically auto, but I generally don't look at it. Because it adds one more swap, and especially when you have high ping, adding swaps is cringe as fuck. Anyways, so in a rotation that's longer, that means that you're getting more particles generated from Furina. So instead of 7 from Furina, you'll go upwards of 10 or 11. Let's look at 10. She's still... She's still only catching her own. There's now 9 off-field particles. On top of that, you're getting 2 Neuvillette E's, which are 8 particles each. Different element. She's not catching any, but you're playing Shilonen Kazuha. You can get 2 Shilonen E's and 2 Shilonen Kazuhas per rotation. 2 Shilonen Kazuhas, idiot. 2 Kazuha E's per rotation. If you do, that's an additional 14 particles from that. On top of that, both Shilonen and Kazuha can be on Fav. Shilonen is generally going to be on Fav. For now, let's assume that it's not a high refined Fav, so the cooldown is long and you can't get 2 procs. And that Kazuha's on Iron Sling, but even then, your ER requirements are already pretty damn low. Get a second Fav proc, even lower. Funnel one of the Neuvillette E's into her, even lower again. What that means is that Furina's ER requirements vary a lot depending on the team, and I mean that's often the case for supports. But as a general rule, almost every non-double hydro team is going to prefer Fav over the other 4-stars because the ER requirements are going to be high enough that you get a lot of value from the Fav effect on top of the value from reducing the rest of your team's ER requirement. In the worst case scenario, you may need Fav plus ER sends. Generally, Fav with a few ER rolls is enough. But in the best case scenario, you pretty much need no ER at all. What that means is that because in some scenarios you need pretty much no ER at all, well, in those scenarios, not having to build ER means you can build a lot more damage. And that means that her performance varies a lot depending on the team where you're... depending on your team. Her personal DPS in the best case scenarios is upwards of like 25 to 30k. But in the worst and average case scenario, it's generally not that much higher than 10k. It's a pretty big difference, obviously. But because of that wild difference in damage output, it also means that when her ER requirements are really low, when you end up wanting to use Fav on her, those tend to be the situations where TOM is the best set compared to Golden Troop. Because she's doing lower damage anyways, so you're getting less of an increase from your artifact set, because you're starting from a lower number. And you'd be better off just running TOM. Anyways, I think that's gonna be it. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two about Furina. At the end of the day, right? I like highlighting units' weaknesses when they're perceived very positively, because I think it's very important for people to know what they're getting into when they get a new unit. And it's really easy to overlook things when the overall opinion of a unit is positive. But that doesn't mean I don't think Furina's a good unit. She's still pretty strong. I hope those of you that want to get her learned whatever they wanted from this video, and yeah. As usual, do all the YouTube stuff, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay. Alright, chat. What should we do now? Can you do an Ayato team clear? Sure. Why not? An exercise redeem. This is good enough, honestly. Wrong flower? What do you mean? That's fine. Hmm. I guess this is what I'll do. I see glorp, I type glorp. True. Let's do this. Even though we don't have Serpent Spine for it. Let's just use Blackcliff Slasher. We don't have a 100 crit rate, but everything will be fine. We will crit. Noogie. We will crit, Klugi.
Not too far now. Time to say hello. Be still. Escape. Mind the deluge. Free. Tell me what you see.
Eyes on me!
Be still.
Wind strike.
Farewell.
Ayato gameplay on my screen? I know, right?
Teamwork is strict. Show no mercy. Suffer the pyroclastic surge.
I was wrong, I did not crit.
Red, bring it. Let's light it up. Everybody, get to work. You two, time to end. Wrath from the sky.
Fuck.
Try and stop. Teamwork is strict. Keep lolling. Peace, Papa.
Rev the engines! Pyroclastic surge!
Incinerate.
It's fine! Alright. What do we do here?
Time to say hello.
I most definitely could have dodged that, but it's fine.
Escape. Go. You're free now.
One with wind and cloud.
Power that isn't hyped on.
almost dead.
Be still.
To ashes.
Cascade. Mind the deluge.
Not too far now. Go! You're free now! Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Oh, fuck. I fucked that up. I didn't want to use burst, but I should have. Almost died. Alright. I'm just gonna wait here, honestly. I'm gonna do the smart thing.
Rise. Bring it. I'm going in. Show no mercy. You two. Wrath from the sky.
Time to buckle down.
Full throttle. Everybody stand. Suffer the wrath of the East Fleet. Pyroclastic surge.
I didn't crit. Of course I didn't crit. Not a bad clear time. Yeah. Like, as Vigilante is not that great. He's not that bad in, he's pretty decent in AoE. He's not as good as Nevilette is, but he's still, like, it's the one thing he's, like, decent at.
The depth's back.
Be free! Tell me what you see! Clouds high. The birds
Eyes on me.
Cascade.
Into the
Oh.
pit.
go! You're free now!
Kamisato Aki. Suiyu.
Whatever.
Time to say hello.
Power that isn't.
Not too far now. Go! You're free now! Fallen leaves, adorn
Be still. The depth's back.
farewell! Time to say hello.
I'm an idiot. I don't want to talk about it. Bro! I didn't fucking build enough ER, man.
Cascade.
Now, chat, I want you to forget about the fact that Beto's doing more damage than Ayato is, okay? Just pretend you're not noticing. Okay, please pretend you're not noticing.
Burn it. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Get to work. You two. Tight. Light of the blazing sun.
Oh my god, of course.
Incinerate. Grab the engine. Vent. Everybody stand. Fulfill our path. Keep lolling. Pyroclastic surge.
Please crit on the last one. Oh, it wasn't enough. Okay. Just kill it with a 1k spin.
Incinerate.
That's funny. Chat, I wonder if it'll be faster if we use Fischl instead of Ayato. Probably not, right? Because Oron wouldn't be getting the Cinder City proc anymore. What about Bennett? No, we're still not getting the proc, right? Because we're not entering Night Soul. Hmm. Oh well. I kind of just want to play this right now. I don't think Sucro's on the right weapon though. How much damage does my Beto do in a team like this? Kind of curious. I'll pre-stock this Serpent's fine, because I actually want to see. I'm guessing it's just gonna be 20k again, honestly.
Ray outlines your fate. Absorption test. Animal hypostasis and... Eyes on me!
At 19k. Close enough.
Animal test 6308.
Now you're testing my patience. Go! You're free now!
Let me read your effects. No, my soul.
To ashes!
Stand clear. Swirl. Mark 2. Animal test 6308.
Tell me what you see.
Stand clear.
He's dying.
Rain outlines your
No one saw. No one fucking saw. Shut the hell up. Shut the heck up. Faster than Toad? I mean, yeah, obviously. I saw? No, you didn't. Don't know what you're talking about. Chat, I wish it was an off-field Electro that applies good Electro app, but that isn't official. A good consistent Electro app that isn't reliant on getting a specific reaction. Auron's not really that fast though. Beto works in AoE but not in single target. Sorry, it's too slow. Yai is also too slow. Cause I don't know, man. I really like the idea of superconduct bullshit pairing together with hyperbloom bullshit.
There is no Show no mercy. Fulfill our pact. Substance
Now!
Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered. Papa, get him. Get to work.
Now you're testing my patience.
Power. Temple of Wisdom. There is no escape. No, my soul. Fulfill our path. You two. Time to end. Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered.
It's just, I don't know, man. It's just such a funny thing. but oh well. Try Risley Superconductor. You know what? Does any Risley haver with an EM Raiden built want to lend me their account? Because I'm down, dude. Just play more Hyper Fridge. I guess it's just default Hyper Fridge, so there's... I don't know. I don't know, man. It's time to shot Beto. True! Just pull Risley. No, thank you. Why is she on this? Alright. We're gonna play some Chlorine. What if we play Superconduct Chlorine? How bad could that really be? Don't answer that, by the way. How bad could this be?
Loaded.
Really fucking bad. Okay, cool. Glad I got my answer. Glad I got my answer, thank you. We can do some of this, though.
Into the shadows.
I got fucking staggered like 5 times in a row by the electro charge. Stop staggering me!
Into the shadows.
Wait, is she on Aquila? No, she's not. Okay. Anyways, chat. People like this, right? With like Toma. Do they? I don't know, man. Maybe they don't. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass. They probably don't.
You are not welcome here.
I got you covered.
By royalty. Enough. Time to testify. Fresh and blue.
As you wish. Don't get too close. Ha! Here's back.
Loaded.
Yeah, they definitely. There's no way they do.
Hunt them down. Ready.
Yeah, no, this feels like ass. Okay, cool. Hmm. At this point, just play Shovars. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But no, let's do the actual goated Chlorine team this abyss. Bad idea. Let's do double Electro at least. Otherwise it's too scuffed.
Think you can get away?
Not welcome.
Let the world collide. Odds for me.
Loaded.
Oh. Healer? Chlorine works. Let's not use Venti. They're too high for the E to hit, which is cringe.
Wind strike. Clouds high.
The birds call.
Into the.
Oh, I have the Cryo Aura on me. That's sick. I love having the Cryo Aura on me.
Ready.
Midnight fatality. One with wind and cloud.
Why not Auron instead of Fischl? Good question, I guess. He could use Auron. Not gonna be particularly good, but it'll work.
Not too far now. Go. You're free.
Wind strike. Clouds high. The bird into the shadow. Ready.
Never mind. This was kind of not it. Why was it so much? It should be worse, but not that much worse. Why the fuck was it that much worse?
Farewell. Tell me what you see.
Wind strike. Fallen leaves.
Adorn.
Into the shadow.
Maybe it was just worse grouping RNG. Yeah, it was just worse grouping RNG. It seems like we're also getting less reliable TF procs. Chlorine don't get staggered 8 times in a row in this chamber challenge. Impossible. You're losing Furina stacks with Chlorine being the only healer on the team? I mean, yeah, but you're still getting a decent amount. De tabarnak! Chlorine don't get staggered 83 times in a row in this chamber challenge. Impossible! Alright. The swing team to compare now? Sure. Where the hell is she? We don't have a healer now, so yeah. Yeah. Actually, wait. I know what I should do. I know what the plan is. war.
Fallen leaves.
Adorned with swords from shadow. Midnight.
This isn't. Whatever. Greatest Dark Souls 7? Yeah, I know. I know. Okay. Triple M Preg. Sure. Sure. Anyways, I think that's gonna be it for today, chat. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Hope you had a good time. I'm gonna post the Pyro Carries video, I think. Make sure you go check it out, as usual, if you can find it through YouTube. Wait, no, I already posted the Pyro Carries video. Oh, never mind. Never mind, I'm not gonna post anything then. Yeah, I think I'll just end stream here. I hope you all had a good time, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.